Hi. I'm not here. Why am I not here? Oh, there I am. Sometimes it takes a tiny bit to pop into existence. You don't want to be perceived for a tiny bit, so you just don't. You refuse to be perceived. And sometimes that's a necessary sacrifice that we all need to be willing to make. There we go. Oh, 2%. I mean, that's 1% more than yesterday, to be fair. You're growing in vibes. Oh. I think Patchford is just jealous. I think Patchford is just jealous that you're here. Ooh. Extra lottle today. Extra lottle. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Term. I'm the Axel of the Lighthouse, and I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Today we're going to be playing some more fun lawyer game for those of you who have been waiting. Just making sure that there's no messages that I missed. Just the usual stuff. Just the usual stuff. PT. Everybody, welcome in. Welcome in, PT. Also known as the Bits, Crits, and Halfwits Dungeon Master. For those of you who don't know, we do Bits, Crits, and Halfwits basically every week. Just not this week. Not this week, unfortunately. But it's fine. I'm being really brave about it. I'm being really, really brave about it. I miss D&D. I miss D&D 2, Snyder. Oh, God. Hope you all have... The chat isn't working. Tears and sadness on all of our houses. Let me figure out why you aren't working. Am I gonna have to, like... There we go. I think I'm just gonna have to, if I ever start a stream, I'm gonna have to, like, make sure that everything is right, you know. But I thankfully don't have to have it on the whole time, which is fine. Oh, test me, I dare you. You know what the test was for. You'll see it in like 5 seconds. Oh, I had to make sure that it all was working because sometimes the chat box doesn't want to work. And again, it didn't want to be perceived either. And that is completely valid. That's completely fair. I understand. I feel that on an emotional level. It's like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, no, you have to be perceived because not all of us want that. Oh, what about you, Patchford? How do you feel about is today a day that you feel perceivable? I'm guessing you're having a fun. Okay, good. So having a good day, I would say, from what I can tell. Oh, but yes, I hope you're all very excited, having a good time. Today we're going to be playing some more Phoenix Wright. Now, for those of you who weren't here last week we learned. Lurk me at work. No trouble, no trouble. We learned. How dare you? I was just. All this, and then of course, that's how we know that Edgeworth is actually Von Karma. That's not at all what happened last episode. What happened last episode is we were working towards finding a finding out what happened to Athena's mom, hopefully on the hunt of proving her innocent. And from what I can remember, like the sister of Black Quill decided they were going to use their robots to hold a bunch of people hostage until they had like a retrial, kinda. You know what I mean? It'll make more sense when we play. We're in the end game right now, so like, you know, I'm just moving that down so I can access. There we go. Okay, but yeah, we're not gonna be doing too much. We're gonna be we are gonna be doing too much. We're gonna be playing a game. Sorry if my brain ain't here right now. I had some really good stew earlier, and so like my body is doing what all mammals do, despite not looking like a mammal. It's doing what all of them do when they get good food and they're surrounded by good people and it's warm and it's kind of dark out, and it's just like, you need to sleep now, and I don't want to sleep right now. I want to play fun little game. I want to play fun little game, and no amount of instincts are going to stop me from it. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go play a little game, and I will. Oh God, I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the void. One sec. There we are. That's better. Now, why are you guys down? Is everything just connecting to the wrong thing today? It happens to the best of us, but like today, for some reason, more than others. Let's see, where is? That one? Does that fix it? Maybe. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it locked onto that one, but it's fine. That's how we. Owl! Lick the salt out the lick the salt off the lighthouse like a like a horse. I mean, technically not illegal. I don't think. I mean, like, I'm just confused. Were y'all playing like? What were y'all playing? Y'all were playing art. Where does the haunts come into it? Salt is for me? I mean, it's technically not for anyone else, so I guess yes. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Term. I'm the axolotl of the lighthouse. I just started stream. We haven't even gotten into the gay lawyer game yet. Lighthouse by the ocean. Lighthouse has salt on it from ocean spray. I just love salt as someone who most likely has POTS. You know, valid. Honestly, understandable. Understandable. Have a good day. You know, I guess if anyone were to take the salt, that would be it. That would be it. It would, I can't stop you, I guess. There's far too many of you. There's like 20 of you and like one of me. So there's not really much I can do about that. But technically, technically not illegal, so we're fine. We're still within the purview, we're still within the bounds of the law for all intents and purposes. I am here. My name is Term. You all are from Owl's little cult of owls and other animals. Welcome in, Owl. Welcome in, Liz. Welcome in, Starshine. I hope you're all having a lovely day. I'm assuming art was very fun. If any of you need to rest up, if any of you need something, do feel free to go ahead and do that. I'm not going to stop you. We only just started, so you haven't really missed much. But must go get food. Exactly. Go have food. Go have fun. And with that being said, I am going to go ahead and get started. In we go. All right. Let's see. Turnabout for tomorrow. Let's get into it. December 20th, 3:11 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great! I really appreciate it. A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest places in a person's heart. A secret that a person isn't even consciously aware of. So even if they don't know it's there, Athena's trying to keep anything from you isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psych locks. According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright. But will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there? I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. Yeah, we should probably go over the court record real quick. We have our attorney's badge, which is pretty decent. Have our there it is, Space Center diagram, the utility knife. We have our Space Center pamphlet, the Hope capsule, the Hat 1 exhibit, a 7-year-old video showing the crime scene. Black Quill is the only one to pass through the scene of the crime. A katana, picture of Black Quill, the crime scene photos, the Mentis autopsy report, robots with hearts, as well as a moon rock earring. It all points to one place. Not guilty. Who cares if I don't have the autopsy report? I do have the autopsy report, I'm pretty sure. It's fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll just tidy up the... Oh, I just looked over it, man! Time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. It's always 7 years. You tidied up the evidence after I looked over it. Now I'm going to be thinking that evidence is in there. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court is now in session. All rise. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of hostages snap. Oh, God! Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor?
However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today. Precisely. The dark will be dispelled, and the glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright. But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Oh, cutscene time, grab your popcorn.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
Hell yeah!
If the two of you are ready.
Stop being gay, you two.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
This immense tension between us. Like we're picking up right where we left off. Stop being gay, Phoenix. Do you see the date outside? It's July... I can only count to 4. 6th. Been 6 days. Oh, God. It's my duty to clear Professor Blackquill. Prosecutor, not professor, prosecutor. That's a different degree. Of the false accusation and the end of this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. Hi, Term. Hi, Choji. Do you have any clue who is responsible for this sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill to expose this spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for this Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statements, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives opening statements.
Of course, you're right, I was joking, just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear? Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident.
The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on the 7th. The victim, psychologist Mentis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of this crime. There are two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed...
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusions of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witnesses.
Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedures for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Oh, I know who it is. Wait a minute! You're not who I thought you were!
Only Fulbright's the name! In justice we trust!
What are you doing here?
I'm just here to speak to the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy, what with the confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Or Blackwill's theory is as follows. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes! And that's Miss Blackwill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned, there were other rolling cases like the one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 crates of different sizes. At the last trial, they thought Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock.
And they had perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving with the scene with the case.
I can see how the footage would have helped bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside, on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there were no witnesses or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That's what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced.
The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotion. You're aware that Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Doctor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court. Honestly, I need to book an appointment with her. You'd be surprised how few benefits the judge system gets. We don't get anything. They basically just give us a couple sessions on Lyra and say, you know, that's enough for a year, and it really isn't. It really isn't at the end of the day, now is it? God, I'm merging the accents. I need to stop.
Isn't it?
There we are. That
Isn't it?
I need more gravel and low voice for that. The ability to read emotion.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ugh!
Order! Order! What a tragic story! I hardly want to believe it myself! But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could... Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Cross-examination time. Okay, let's pick this apart. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Isn't the moon rock, like, super big and heavy? Okay. Hmm.
Hold it!
Yeah, what's up with that? This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it? But was absent when the scene photos were taken. Oh, Term, you're still on the art cat. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Let me find the thing real quick. Would not have noticed. And in fact did not notice. There we go. That's better. Oh, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, that one. Miss Blackquill was drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? What is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now, so why the rolling case?
Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Are we sure though?
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in the case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene of the crime, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case when they're just there to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through? Let's bluff. You're the king of bluff, Phoenix. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. I just gotta find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is the crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All you have to do is compare it with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. All right, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder?
Well, I'll be honest. It's probably the big arm, right? Right.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo, taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk! How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... But what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. Whatever happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does. Doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it's the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case.
What?
Got him.
Objection!
We can't be certain that this part belonged to the robot.
Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, which is difficult to verify what it was.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technology illiterate type.
What? Rude!
When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Oh, he's not being mean. He's just upset. He had kinship with Phoenix over the fact that Phoenix didn't understand tech just like him. Aw, that's sweet. But also, how dare you? Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines! A win for the judge. But I know this piece of evidence proves which arm that belonged... which robot that arm belonged to! I can talk, I promise!
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought the machines heal the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order! Order in the court! Order!
Term's computer is called the Pebble because it rocks. Either that or because it crumbles under pressure.
I can't believe you would... I was getting into the zone. How dare you, Patchbird? Like how... My computer doesn't. It's actually done really well recently. I'll have you know that it's still running off 8 gigs of RAM. It's not... That hasn't changed because RAM prices have not and probably won't drop for a hot minute. Ugh. We live in a really weird world, don't we?
Anyway, where was I? Order in the court, Edgeworth! What do you have to say to this?
I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot could not have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill.
I see your point.
The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her? Obviously. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
It appears
to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It does sound rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robots were dismantling and being dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take a robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on that table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that a katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackquill. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of a severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackquill's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I?
Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Oh my god, we were getting some ground, baby. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside that ruling case, but the robot. Alright! What's going on here? Never good when you place things this straight. Oh no. Oh no. He's back in the closet again. God, no. I need to stop making jokes.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been in that case!
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackquill's theory. I have been on a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth? He's been one step ahead of me this whole time? I mean, he always is. Phoenix, you're acting so shocked. This is how it goes. He's one step ahead, you bluff your way through, he reveals that he was one step ahead, you get shocked, and then after a little bit of back and forth and proving stuff wrong, eventually you both come to the conclusion that none of it was right, and that it's actually a secret third party. You know, it couldn't have been Prosecutor Blackquill, and it couldn't have been Athena, and it absolutely couldn't have been Ponko. So that only leaves Fulbright. I'm making a joke here, but so help me if that's right. I'm not gonna know what to do.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackquill from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain?
With a distinctive shape, please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. This is my favorite part. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there are only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Prosecutor Blackwell simply carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well! I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the murderer. I mean, we're literally in this courtroom because a bunch of robots are holding other people hostage right now. Like, you realize that, right? Like, this isn't out of the realm. You're talking like it's out of the realm of possibility when people are actively having their life threatened against them. We started today with the robot saying, "Be careful and take this seriously before I start snapping hostages' bones." Like, that's messed up. Like, you realize that, right? Edgeworth, you're smarter than this. This is all a ruse. I'm gonna take the bait, and we're all gonna have a silly time. We're all gonna be like, "Oh, look at that! Phoenix Wright is such a dumbass," and then it's gonna turn out that I was actually right all along. Why are we doing this? Why are we still doing this? I don't really think that, no, but I can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? Phoenix, you're smarter than this. No! I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Okay. Listen here. Finn would be so upset at that. You can't be shocked.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think of this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. I mean, there was the parrot, the ventriloquist, his dummy, a clown, myself, Von Karma again, the spirit of his dead girlfriend. Sorry, that probably hurt. So yeah, you know, that honestly, yeah, sure, why the fuck not? Why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. He's all out of surprises.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Ponko! Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness! My name is Ponko! Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not! I'm Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko!
What an utterly inflexible little robot!
You're the last person who should be calling anyone inflexible. Okay, hold up, ease up, take a step back, Phoenix. That's a bit too saucy. I don't need to know how flexible he is, or lack thereof. I feel like I'm gonna have to take this whole stream and just be like, just cut out everything but Phoenix and Edgeworth just saying things that definitely don't, that definitely could absolutely mean something else.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Pongo. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What is your question? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mentis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m., in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was in the robotics lab. It would seem the robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all. This is great! I knew Ponko must have known something important! A murder committed right before the poor little girl's eyes.
It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Pongo, you think you can give us a testimony today? Oh, they're so brave! Oh!
I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mentis. And then Mommy Mentis fell down. After that, I was recharging. So I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. Thank God!
I disagree. The testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
What you're suggesting is...
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the term hugged, and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't? But...
Yes, what the witness's statement is telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. If you're going to say that she stabbed her with a katana from the back while she's a child and has the reach of a chocolatey Claire, then I don't know what to tell you, Edgeworth. I think I understand that this whole trial, this whole kangaroo court, is to find every possibility. But you cannot be serious. You were not about to unless you're going to say it was a different weapon. In which case, you know, I guess kudos to you. I pull out a new witness, you pull out a new murder weapon, and then we go around this. What? Don't act shocked, Phoenix. This happens all the time. Oh, we are back with the ads. We're back with the ads, which means I'm going to take a break, take a sip of water. Oh, made some mulligan stew today. And God, was that good. I need to make stew more often. I need to make soup more often. I just don't... I have, like, these cast iron pots that, like, my family has. And so, like, I use them, like, pretty frequently. And it's just so much better cooking in those. Like, I don't gotta worry about getting, like, the stuff off the bottom of the pot. Because, like, it you know, I don't gotta worry about scratching it. Because it's just gonna come out in the wash. Not, like, the wash, but, like, that's, like, a saying. Like, it's going to get off just by sheer force of will. Like, worst comes to worst, I just like take some salt and like you know, a tiny bit of water and like a metal brush or something. Not like a metal brush, more like a metal like a steel wool scouring pad, and just go to town on it, you know? Like, usually it's just you know, you can just take care of it and it's done, and you just make sure it's fully dry before you're done using it, before you put it back up. And like, that's never that difficult to do, you know? Cast iron is such a good cooking thing. It's so good, and it doubles as a weapon. Like, if I'm in the kitchen and I'm surrounded by cast iron, I have a weapon on every wall. And that's just beautiful to me. That's beautiful. God, I feel like sometimes if people just took like a random like 10-second clip from every stream, it would sound like I mean, it would obviously be the insane ramblings of a lunatic because it's just random people. But like, you have to understand, like, that probably is like crazier than usual, you know? Oh God. How much longer on this ad? There's gotta be. There can't be much more left, right? You know, left, right. I don't know why my brain immediately was like left, right, center. I'm gonna throw some of you around real quick. Alone. There's Honeybee. I'm gonna catch you. Not gonna let you fall. I'll put you back down. There's PT. Whee! Okay. That's enough of that. Welcome back. Welcome back. Where were we? Oh, right. The robot misinterpreting what it saw. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly. But I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argue.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. Oh, however, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything of what happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now.
Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, please proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful a cross-examination can be. And how fruity it can be, too. Oh, thank you for the care package. Appreciate you, Joji. There we are. Big stretch. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mentis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother? Is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. Oh, that's messed up. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We couldn't learn what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Let me check something. Can determine the presence of a human with a heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID. Can recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicating with them. Huh. Well, I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in, and then an error occurred. There's no data after that point.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if... All data suddenly cut off past that point. I don't remember anything after that. The answer to your question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was a result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yeah, it's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said that the hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give us testimony after the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed, but I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. I have to refill my battery power or else I will stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So the recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder. That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Then they fell down. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Mentis was surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about the document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading that. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeat. But wait a minute, that means if Dr. Sykes really did die in this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell down, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. All the unlucky timings. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of a murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear to detect an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Ugh. After Mommy Mentis, her heart started pounding in surprise. She fell by the window. It was the round window, on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Punko must be talking about the table to the right where the robot was now. Is there something critical in Punko's statement? There's gotta be. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Pongo, could you please add that statement to your testimony? What is a good little girl?
Mommy Mentis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one do you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll was Mommy Mentis' prized possession. Okay, in the picture of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll of a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with the statement?
Hold it!
His objective? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. What happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived? Fell down near the round window on the workbench side of her room. They went in for charging. But this is where her body was found.
Objection!
Yeah, it's gotta be this. Ponko, your statement might have just inspired a breakthrough. It was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are in two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? The victim moved. It could mean that the defendant moved the body, but I don't think so, because the defendant, Athena Sykes, they're too small. They wouldn't be able to load that up. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't have possibly been the moment of the murder.
Whew. Oh, I am relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Pongo here.
Yeah, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, and you're just as green as ever.
Green? He's like blue at most. He's definitely... But I can't recall seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue...
See, we're on the same page, my man. Hey, blue's my favorite color! What can I say? If the defense couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since the robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it wouldn't have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko. Miss Panko, will you allow me to ask you a question? My name is Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko! I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tags. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do? Oh my god. I'm imagining...
Well, don't strain yourself, Your Honor. I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over the chair in the robotics lab. She only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, the body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means... a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't have been able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table where they removed the sword that was stained in blood.
Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friend. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe it read that robots could be assembled and disassembled here, isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Pongo's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it like that.
You must have thought the machines heal the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way! I refuse to believe it! Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace...
Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word, just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true!
Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that is one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of the case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Objection?
Prosecutor Blackquill!
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die of laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening! Could this be the miracle I need? But what if Prosecutor Blackquill is trying to pull... Where are they trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Go ahead.
Witness testimony of Prosecutor Blackwell from 7 years ago. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with my intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was. But little Pongo here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. Another mother and child fooling around, perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. I entered the lab. There was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you even trying even now to turn away from the truth? Do you realize how we could bring the Dark Age of law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down into hell? Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss my ferry across the Styx.
Hold it!
Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here! And Simon! How long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell? Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to the trial. If you have counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it is my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is this really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh. Athena? What are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart He's hiding something! If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Oh. Thanks, Donna. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? You remember? That horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! Didn't kill her! His heart's screaming that he didn't kill her! Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard. I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day's finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all of my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This must be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, testify once more about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear it! The voice of your heart! Let's go, Gidget! I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Why would you be happy? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena, I hadn't found her yet, and I grew worried. But when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch on to. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him bit by bit. Could you update the testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my mission's purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find... No. Yeah, why were you angry? Oh, okay, I guess that works. Why were you relieved to see her? Wait, the emotion changed. You were happy, and then you were sad that you had to do it. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. Yeah, why are you suddenly sad now? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Can't keep talking about that, can he? It was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like research subjects. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subject to another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena, but the story isn't really true. I'm not sure how much I believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackquill is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lies on top of lies in an attempt to make the claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? As evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his final verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
Nope. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions? Okay, let's present some evidence. But if you want to go back to looking at inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Hmm. Hmm. We can't find a contradictory testimony. We can look for inconsistent. Yeah, let's go back to emotions for a bit. Coming right up. I heard crying from the next door over. We were shocked and sad. That makes sense. I hurried over and opened the doorway to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. And I had to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Why wouldn't... Maybe it's like... Yeah, why are you surprised to see her there? How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with my katana when that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of a fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise. 100%. Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling a coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp and strong. The feeling of dread, I opened the robotics door. Just then... Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Let's keep pressing on. Ponko attacked me. Yeah, why would you disassembling Ponko in that moment? So that, yeah, the order wouldn't work, right?
Objection!
Yeah, the order. Compounding lies with more lies is never the Ansecutor. Ansecutor, Prosser Blackquill. Answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo.
This is a photo that's supposed to be the moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which has damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain on the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
Nah, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it. Must have been the victim's blood.
That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in the picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but a giant ball of lies. Ugh! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now!
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much. But the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Following the sound of the crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw it. That terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck. This, the root cause of these emotions, is this! I'm actually not getting anything big. Listen here! With all these emotions at once. Something about Athena. Okay. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. He was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, and she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her."
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell's finally telling the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! No, 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 no! I'm the one who killed Athena. As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersion on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were enabled so you could carry on with your everyday. No, it can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that? To somebody who loved me so much. Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be a mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put her in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case of on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of the case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through this way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes the opportunity to confess? Very well. If you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Oh no, oh God. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena! Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please, find me guilty. I dare say, these are memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession, but this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her! I remember it! Any counter-argument now is pointless!
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten about the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in your client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. And those Cyclops are still there! I did a little research. Athena's trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and memories are sealed off, even from her. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might be a memory that's not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocent.
I hope for everyone's sake you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing deep, and I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell.
If there's a problem, please prove it to the court now.
Stab wound to the chest. Let me just go through the history real quick. Remember it stabbing deep. Remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. I feel like it's this because, like, she was a kid and was short, and there's no way she would have been able to hit the chest area, because that's a bit tall. Especially not from, like, a hug.
Take that!
Sometimes you have to flip a tilted thing to get a new way of looking at it.
Just you get a new way of looking at things yourself.
Okay, is it actually... Oh... It's the way the blood flow... Okay, cool.
Take that!
Isn't that...
The katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright.
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers! That's exactly my point. If the blood really did get onto your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. Please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right!
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must simply be confusing a proportion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can mull over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it. That fact that we cannot ignore. In that case, why don't you explain the contradiction with her memories? Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon, maybe? Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. Now, does it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. But if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be?
Right, of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always?
How does he do that? Can't back down, not here. That's right, I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe there was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Some other bladed weapon in the robotics lounge. Maybe something on one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the scene of the crime.
Take that!
The knife.
Well, that's the murder weapon of the Clay Terran case!
Yes, it's a knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to the Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapons were found at the site.
It was in the investigation report, if you didn't No.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then there's something else here already. Then here's something else you already knew. Here was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. There's a photo of its contents. Yeah, it's missing one! Okay, my guy! Trying to be all pompous when you see one of the tools is missing? Okay. Yes, something's odd about it. Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
There's a missing space! I disagree. That toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense! Damn, touched a nerve. Out now, he was simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice the handles on each of these tools have a sort of design to them. I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. That's the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetic helped you come up with. Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design we would see if we were to rearrange the tool. Well, that's easy. This one.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent?
The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor, and it's all in the Space Center's documents and pamphlet. As you're aware, Gyaxa is a program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif. It's got going. Gyaxa, huh? A new name for the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in the photo.
Stubbles and I'm here.
Oh, welcome in backstage. We're currently proving that Athena may be innocent. And we actually are using that we basically the way that we know that she is innocent is because after she admitted to possibly killing her own mother, Phoenix, the black Cyclops are still there, which means that one way or another, she's still lying to herself, and so Phoenix isn't given up quite yet. Apparently, the whatever his name is, Black Quill, decided, basically was trying to find Dr. Menta Sykes and found, Athena instead. And what he saw ended up shaking him to his core and forced him to more or less try and take the fall for Athena. And that was basically seeing Athena next to her mother, who was on the operating table, the robotic operating table, and, told him that, there's something wrong with Mom, but it's okay. This machine will fix her. It'll take her apart and find out what's wrong, because she was only a kid and didn't realize. And it's assumed that Athena was the one that killed her own mother. Athena fully believes this and decided to take the stand to, to admit guilt. And Phoenix was like, not the case. Also, Pearl did research on the Black Cyclops. Apparently, they are basically a secret that is so deeply held that the people holding it don't even realize it's a secret. They don't even realize that they're hiding it from people. It's something they can't even quantify in their brain. And it's apparently spiritually like a giant chain directly tied to a person's soul. And so if we aren't careful in removing these Black Cyclops, it could cause irreparable traumatic damage to her. We're doing our best right now. We are now proving that this isn't the case by, you know, showing that, like, hey, it would, like, you are saying that, like, you remember holding the weapon, the weight of it, the blood streaming down onto your fingers, but none of the weapons have blood on them except for the blade. They wouldn't have streamed down anywhere. We still would have gotten that stain from that. And so, obviously, it has to be a different weapon. And we are concluding that it is a utility knife that is missing from the utility box that was in the scene of the crime. And surprisingly, it has had nothing to do with whether it is left or right, because usually the guilty people don't know left from right for some reason. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to replace the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo.
Oh, it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Phew. Order. Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, that weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose, for a minute, that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? It would be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of the entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction of Miss Sykes' memories in the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court!
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright! By forcing us to forget the facts of the case.
Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hand? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. Wait, why is Edgeworth defending? So, at the end of the last case, Blackquill was arrested. Not arrested. Basically, we are 1 day away from Blackquill's full-on execution, and we may have accidentally shown that the person who actually killed Dr. Mentis Sykes might have been Athena, so they imprisoned her. While trying to figure out some different clues, some different things, Blackquill's sister, leader of the robotics lab, basically took hostage of everybody at the Space Center and demanded a retrial of Prosecutor Blackquill's case. Basically being like, hey, no, he's going to die tomorrow because none of you want to do anything about it. So, you know, we basically were able to convince her that it's like, hey, I am going to prove that, like, Blackquill is innocent. I'm also going to prove that Athena is innocent. And she's like, good luck with that. And so, obviously, we needed someone to defend the stuff. And so we actually had, Edgeworth actually was flown in. Fun fact, He's head prosecutor now. He's the leader of all the prosecutors now. Cool as hell. Great guy. Love him. You know, still a tiny bit fruity. Still got some unnecessary feelings bagged up in there. But, you know, it's only been 8 years. And so, like, Edgeworth is basically being the prosecutor for us right now. Good. Of all the people to become head prosecutor, Edgeworth deserved it. Edgeworth is the only, like, prosecutor, I feel, who, like, honestly fully deserves that title just because, like, they're honestly a decent person at the end of the day. Are they kind of rough and tumble? Yeah, but they're a decent person. They thought for it. Honestly, I'm honestly I can respect Edgeworth right now because, like, he's very much, like, hounding on the fact that, like, it's a possibility that Athena killed her own mother. And I'm almost certain that there's gotta be some, like, a tiny bit of, like, traumatizing emotions about this whole case for him, considering that he thought he killed his own father for a long period of time until Phoenix, like, proved him right. So I can almost see, like, Edgeworth more or less being the Von Karma in this situation to push Phoenix to find the right answer, because you found it for me, you will find it for them, but to do that you need someone pushing back against you. And that's why we love Edgeworth in this household. And why we miss Gumshoe. Still fucking hate Fulbright. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. The contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back because to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Ah! I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. What if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think that's all you've done. You've done all you can do. Has anything happened to vindicate your hate for Fulbright? Nothing yet. But I've got concerns. He just doesn't... There's something in my core that is telling me that Fulbright is a bad person, and I don't know why. Part of it is just because they replaced Gumshoe. I will completely admit the fact that I'm being a tiny bit biased. But there's just something about them that keeps coming back, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's something wrong. He's not an idiot like Gumshoe is. He is an idiot, or at least acting like one. He doesn't have the like, effortless, like, drive that Gumshoe had. He has this almost, like, pretending to be incompetent, a weaponized incompetence, if you will. And I'm waiting to be vindicated, to be proven right. Giving up really the only option? It can't be. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up, stand firm, make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. That must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see a knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Couldn't have been Mentis. Couldn't have been Athena. Someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and their mother were the only two there. So then, how did a third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? The person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko had a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected them. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait. That's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? Mentis Sykes. The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were here. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition feature. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket! The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. But does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit! That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was a person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Now Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking. Let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person. Posing as
Oh, here we go again! Again with this, Mr. Wright! A third person! It's always a third person, isn't it? It's never going to be that easy! It can never be that easy, Mr. Wright! He always has to be a third goddamn person!
Sorry. How many times has it always been a third person? I need someone to go back. Hello, how is lawyering? We're doing great, actually.
What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright?
Phrasing!
According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Plonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is a mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of a mistaken identity caused by the jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robotic's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection.
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would the silly disguise like that do?
Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system?
If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed? This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask! Yes! I remember Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head!
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
Black Cyclops! They're breaking!
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened that day of my mother was murdered. They're gone. The Black Cyclops, they're finally gone! You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... All right, I'm here. You're safe. Athena. He was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face. I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was in there and He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. This time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who the man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall in the lab.
The mask hanging on the wall?
It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human into a phantom. A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept another verdict. Miss Blackquill, this isn't good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream, and a little princess's groggy little head? She's right, we don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for a regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mentis. And then Mommy Mentis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Mentis was really the killer in disguise. Right! Then you must have come into the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Okay. At one launch. Maybe this? Full-size replica, Space Museum open to the public every day between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. Wait. The tear.
Take that!
This piece of evidence will reveal the identity of the person that came to the lab. Will it now? Then reveal away by all means. How about we team up for this, Mr. Edgeworth? No. How about you, Your Honor? What about you? What do you say?
Certainly, I'll help you. I'll help you remember to think before you speak.
Oh, come on. Maybe the Hope Capsule? It was at the crime scene 7 years ago.
Take that!
Oh, God. Okay, I'm losing health fast. Oh. It was maybe the 7-year-old photos? Because someone took it, like it was the first person to take a picture of the scene?
Take that!
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no. I don't understand what evidence I'm supposed to use. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm gonna have to pull out the most forbidden lawyer technique possible. Time manipulation. Base center diagram. What about your time travel powers? Exactly! But this video only shows Professor Blackquill! I mean, the video...
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene at the incident after around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who's in charge of the evidence? Who's in charge of making sure that this is done? Who, in their right mind, would forget to check beforehand for a suspect? Oh, if this is who I think it is, I'm gonna be so fucking pleased with myself. If we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the crime.
Very well, then. Let's take a look.
There! Please stop it right there!
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket! I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display? Of Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There, that slash that I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that the knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. That Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Pongo charges up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Pongo to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Pongo into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. Then that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a shadow of a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edra's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Listen, none of you get to judge me. I'm not going back through this again. You're crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Locked me in a room. A round room. Oh, stop it. The victim couldn't have brought it back. The defendant probably didn't. I mean, it would make sense for the killer to bring it back. Especially if they're who I think they are. Killer used the jacket to make an escape, but in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when you propose this mysterious man of yours, when did the culprit have a chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, you realize the implication of the argument? I do. Most people, when they come across murder, focus their attention on the body. Culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was the one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get these reports on these 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If the person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth? Does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no further need to prolong this trial.
Objection!
Huh?
Hold on, Mr. Wright.
Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further need to prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now listen. The little princess who is truly beloved by Mentis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Mentis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her! Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
But then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I've wanted to say to you. Will you lend me an ear? I have in my possession a lead on who Mentis' murder is.
You do?
Right. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, someone hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket.
The spy.
But he was no ordinary spy. He knew naught about him, his background, his appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down, and then one day a miracle occurred. I obtained a lead.
Oh, how exciting. What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. I had hoped that Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotion. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to the Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results were recorded were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit. He must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them? But where could they have been?
Who's to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, you know. The normal way. Very carefully. Oh, I have my way. Don't say that with that smile. Stop that. Erase that right now. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Okay, okay. You know, maybe that's on me. My mind was in the gutter. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. What about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Were there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. Take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this real tight. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do.
Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of his voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation? Huh? A spy who experiences no emotion. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroys our lives and sets what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, it seems a fate image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct a further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdict and bring the proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objection from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand?
As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Syke. Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Objection? From who?
You!
Apollo! Apollo?
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? What does Apollo know that we don't? What does Apollo know? Apollo! Apollo! I'm not continuing, but I am going to see what the next. If there is another cutscene, we're going to see that. Not a cutscene, it's just a continuation. It's only 8. We must keep going. Oh, but it is just a continuation. And I did say... Ah! Oh, God, what do I do? What do I do? No, it's still the same case, though. It's just a save point. I'm giving myself 1 more hour, because it's almost 10, and I do have someone I gotta meet. I got someone I gotta talk to later today. And I don't want to keep them waiting too long. I gave them the far end of 10, and that's what I'm doing. So that means we got an attorney like we've never attorneyed before.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself!
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? This case from 7 years ago has been settled! I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But the trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. That all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objection. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigative reports brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Yeah, he has his arms up there.
Very well, your opening statement.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On the day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmo switched the launch pads. And after that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, the trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, your defense ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. I always appreciate someone who's able to make me laugh in serious
Charles' computer is
situations.
called the Pebble because it rocks. Either that or because it crumbles under pressure.
Listen, I pride myself on being whimsical and silly and just tiny bit goofy without drawing away.
If you please.
Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspect Miss Sykes was the murderer of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating piece of evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because this is the conclusion my investigations have led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Ads are beginning. Which means I have to wait. I have to wait. I have to be as fast as possible, but I have to wait. I have to wait extremely fast. Homegirl is getting accused by everyone for every murder. The new Maya Fey. Welcome back. Welcome home, Maya. Oh, God. You murdered everybody. No one has murdered anyone except you. You are the only one. Congratulations. You know, Cain? You know, Cain did not kill Abel. It was actually Athena. It was actually Athena the whole time. It was Athena and no one else, and it totally wasn't Detective Fulbright. I'm still thinking that it's Detective Fulbright. I fully believe that it is Detective Fulbright. Because who gave us that critical piece of evidence? That's right, Detective Fulbright. So help me if I'm right about this.
I don't know. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna look something up real quick. We're going to our court record. We're gonna switch tabs real quick. One sec. So who in this play? Like, we know one thing. She killed Kennedy. She killed Lincoln. She killed everybody. Killed Martin Luther King. That was just awful. Like, the first two were presidents. That one was a visionary right there. Like, there's one of the things that we know is that, like, they got stabbed in the hand. It was a big wound. Obviously, that's going to leave a scar. Only some people have gloves and shit. It's not Athena, it's not Apollo, though technically we could see it. But Apollo was a kid back then, so they couldn't have been it. Tracy was also a kid, couldn't have been it. Clay was a kid, couldn't have been it. Juniper was a kid, couldn't have been it. Solomon, I'm pretty sure was in space at the time. Simon, we already know it's not them. You wear gloves. You're dead. You wear gloves. You're a robot. You also wear gloves. You're a robot. You're dead. You're a child. And you're Edgeworth. Oh, God. It's gotta be them. The only three people who have gloves are Simon Blackwell's sister, who we know isn't the case, because if she could have turned herself in, she would have. She cares about her brother too much, so I'm not buying that for a second. It's not Yuri Cosmos. Legitimately, I don't think it's Yuri. We've already proven that Yuri couldn't have been the one to do it. That Yuri was not a possibility. I know, shocking if true. Oh, God. How long till these ads are done? Patchford, what do you think of the case so far? What are you thinking about the case? What are you thinking about the case right here, right now?
La la.
You know? Yeah. Same. Oh, God, I'm still at 1! Oh, God! Oh, no! Oh, this is gonna be rough. I suspect Miss Sykes is the murderer of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when the incriminating evidence presented itself. Go ahead and tell me about this incriminating evidence. That lighter that was found with her fingerprints on it. But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead, prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran!
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. Is she?
Hold it!
Could you have? Isn't it possible that someone else used the same route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall the security camera in Boarding Lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck, but there's also another security camera in Boarding Lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in Boarding Lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum at night before the incident. And that then was overcome and passed out until noon the next day. I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosion. When I woke up, no one was around, so I just went to Boarding Lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. But if that's the case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well!
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken at the incident, Miss Sykes was the only one seen. Why?
Order! Order in the court!
That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved that the previous trial was that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? In fact, you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
Believing in your clients to the end is basic good principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubt. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in a court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have concrete proof to knock down my arguments? His point of contention are the fingerprints on this lighter in the escape route. Apollo knows how I operate, so I can't use my usual tactics. It looks like the only thing I can do here is press him for more information.
Hold it!
What made you suspicious? Started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during this investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why Apollo's been acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes has unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also a murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious.
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? I think you're full of baloney. Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances,
There can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Thank you, Phoenix. Of course, Phoenix. Anytime, Phoenix. Take 5, Phoenix. Thanks, Phoenix. Oh god, there's no one in here. Of course there was an alternative escape route. Just don't ask me what. You just bluffed again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what all this is about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. How's it going, Term? It's going great, Frozen. I hope you're having a good day. Seems your junior partner has just showed up when the trial is truly about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in the pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in defending our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle's over, we understand the meaning of trust. That is exactly what the trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me, so I decided I needed to face it head-on. Apply directly to the forehead. That's a reference. That's something only some of you will get. No matter what the truth is, I'm wading ahead. I won't be afraid. It's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping this was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use this process of elimination, there really aren't many possibilities. Director Cosmo was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Obviously, it has to be here. They really only could have escaped through the corridor of the Space Museum. Though, all they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prints to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that you're all trying to establish Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, I guess it's true. The only exit would have been boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by boarding lounge 2 security cam. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion but to draw that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, then came out using a route other than boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly where an alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? You don't see a thing. You don't see a thing.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door, there was an alternative place the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route, the area outside the Space Center.
You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is on the same level as the third floor! Even if the culprit tried to leap out to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death!
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was that exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is it. This is what the culprit used to leap to the main building, from the main building. The emergency ladder!
Take that!
An emergency ladder? Yeah. It was a regular ladder. Not a step ladder. I had the luck of actually getting to meet my real ladder. God, that's such a bad joke. I mean, it's a great joke, but it's a bad joke. Whenever I see the word freaking, I just think of the wrestler Seth frickin' Rollins. There was an emergency ladder on the 4th floor of the robotics lab, and it was used the day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackquill herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switching after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched, and that was when the culprit sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Hey. Alright, then, name one. Name one cheese, Mr. Wright, besides Swiss. One besides that. Gouda. Lucky guess. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Ugh. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of a risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2! The culprit knew that they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way!
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people as the museum opened. That's a good point. But after you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all of that in a brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump, and if that timing was off or they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth! This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always do this? Mr. Edgeworth's right. This does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have had to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Except one person. Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I can prove that there was someone who could have used the alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility that of a person who could have used the escape route. And I'm not saving for this.
Take that!
What is that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right? You can't be serious. Without the constraints of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump to the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet in the air. He could choose the extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that this person without fear, the alternative route would have been quicker in eliminating the chance that they'd been spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But is there such a person on the scene? Yes. The Phantom, the mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scene of the Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now, it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? Man, you stole the words right out of Edgeworth's mouth, Apollo. Don't do that. My job.
Order. Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue!
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom, this is the one that killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting the case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as it was tricking the Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yeah, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Guys, you don't realize I'm hogging right now. I'm so right. I'm so vindicated. I'm so right! But it was such a pain. Why couldn't we have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made the leap unless they was certain which one it would be. Do you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. We got him! Someone pour Gatorade on Patchford! We got him!
I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Something was wrong with him. Something was wrong. And I saw it. I knew the moment that Gumshoe was gone that something had to have been fishy.
Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the...
Oh!
You've gotta be kidding me. Did you figure it out?
And full on flapping my hands around.
I was right. I was right. So many people being like, oh, maybe you're giving Fulbright a bad time. You just don't like the fact that you didn't even know what happened. But I was right. They called me a fool. But I was right.
You know who the Phantom is. I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom. I don't need to save. I don't need any of those bullshit magic lawyer powers. It was Bobby Fulbright. After the explosions, a member of staff crossed paths with a certain detective.
I was on duty on the 4th floor. I was quite the madhouse, I tell ya.
As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered the emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everything else got to safety, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly! We were all taken in by his fake persona! Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom! I called it!
Order! Order in the court, Mr. Wright! How could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab was the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody into the basement shelter via the ladder. Verily, it was part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran to escape into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly as he waited for the right time to get a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it.
I don't believe it. The elevated detective did all that.
Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, in justice we trust.
Then, his concern for Simon was also one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again.
So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay! He had me completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought the bloodstained lighter to court, too! The scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. I agree, we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. December 20th, 5:13 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright! If it hadn't been for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You've got it, boss! Apollo! Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? What is it? Could you... punch me? Please? What? Why would I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't try... Ah! Ouch! God, ow! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did! Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can finally, fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? No, I'm gonna slap you instead! You didn't have any trouble sliding. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know who I can call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth? Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Ora Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been freed. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness! Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. Wonder what it is. Miss Blackquill! I didn't come to apologize if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I have something to say to all of you. Miss Ora! You better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true. Courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Ora, does that mean you're starting to trust the system again? Of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Mentis's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess this means she's starting to trust us again, at least. Ora. Simon, I'm glad that both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever I see, Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon? I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor? Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for his trial? I wish to claim this phantom's head by my own hands. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to be standing in court. Sir, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hands. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these have come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you... How long I've waited. Maybe it's a sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad! But I won't cry yet! After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell. Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant! That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo? Athena? I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
I'm fine! Just fine. Someone gonna clean that up. Man, his resolve is reborn, like some kind of phoenix. Welcome back, Apollo! Mama B says goodnight. Good night, Mama B. You have a good night. You have a nice night. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though. It looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, and the facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory right now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am! Let's do this! This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring this one responsible for all to justice today. And with that... Oh, we're still going? Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time I've been in the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please bring the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness don't go away so easily.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony?
Yep, because this is only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice, we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey!
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel your suspicion, let us get your testimony.
All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. I am the very embodiment of justice itself! I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What you do have is a proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter, with
her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicion against you are completely false, and that the defendant is the real culprit. That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial! He doesn't have any proof that I made the big leap onto the ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually... Don't make me break out the dictionary on you! Ugh, please don't throw the book at me! Tell me that the Phantom didn't just make me set up for a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus. But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice!
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it! Prosecutor Blackquill. Prosecutor Blackquill looks so torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner, after all. Prosecutor Blackwill's right. The truth will be revealed in a cross-examination. I got 10 minutes. Jesus. The suspicion against Detective Fulbright's are, at this point, only suspicion. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there appear to don't be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself! The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true? By wishing over and over? Alright, let's just move on. I won't have you making me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. They're carefully reasoned behind my theory. Well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yep, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought the evidence to trial. If you harbor any suspicion, I suggest you ask Fulbright to write Domo. Especially about that lighter. He is right, but what exactly should I ask about? The number of prints? How many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. Your Honor, this is an important statement. Could we please have it? Added to my testimony. You've got it. You beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. Of the right hand? So 3 prints from the right hand were found on the lighter. Are you certain of this? I'd stake my life on it. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd that he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Why would he say that? Well, think about it for a sec. Athena always wears gloves on her right hand. There's no way she'd leave a print. Great point! Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now about how Miss Sykes always wears gloves on her right hand. Well, there's only one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing gloves at the time of the incident? I guess we don't. If you want to prove the defendant's innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that. Like I need a lecture from you, Smiles Magoo. Print's position? Please tell the courtroom about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. I believe this is important. Please swap this statement.
Hold it!
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner with the fingerprints. It strengthens the argument. This line of questioning is not getting me anywhere. We'll go back to the number of prints and press on that.
Hold it!
Take my life on it. Certainly, certainly. The thumb, index, and middle finger of her right hand. Huh. Left hand, wait!
Objection!
You say the prints were fine. I knew you were guilty. You don't know your right from your left. That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackquill, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints of the lighter on the right from the right instead of the left? You're right. No, I'm left. I don't know my right from left either. Only guilty people don't know their right from their left. But it only points towards one thing. Not guilty? Not guilty. I've never been more prepared for a trial in my life. So you got the autopsy report, right? You at least know, like, the exact prints of the murder weapon? Please tell me you know who your client is! It's not you again, right? No, wait. It's me. The lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claims doesn't even hold water. I hope you have a good explanation. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got? The mirror! The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking through the window of the boarding lounge. I believe so. It means that little window in the back? That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see, and that's the case, right and left would appear reverse. Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof of what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Right, Ono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Well, Miss Blackwell said that she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right, there's no emblem on the other side. Exactly as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, it would be covering the emblem. Oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit held it in their left hand, the emblem out, invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This, by all means, that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back! It appears they planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice! He's tough. He's meant to discredit almost everything I've proven. In justice we trust. Now do you see, I'm not the phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet it was just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon? You mean... Yeah, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talents, we might just be able to figure it out. We're gonna figure it out next time because I said I would have to stop at 10. I'm sorry. I know you guys have a thing, but I made a promise and it is 10:02, which means I'm 2 minutes over that promise right now. And like I want to make sure that So I'm going to go and send you guys off somewhere, and we will continue this. And I'm sure it will take far more time. I'm sure that this isn't a one-and-done kind of case. There ain't no way they're bringing in Apollo's ability, and they're just going to let it be. Rule 0, exactly. You get it. Gold star. I'm not even going out to the dock to send you guys off. I am simply going to send you guys somewhere. Let's see who's live. There's BB's Art Boutique. Let's see. I'm going to send you guys off to Dakota. I never get to do this. Slash raid. Exactly, I'm a lottle of my word. I try my best to stick by it if I can. Sometimes life gets in the way, but it's never intentional. Alright, everybody join the raid, and everybody hold on. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye now. Bye! Okay, come on. I feel like I should have this timed by now. There it is.